Another day, another year older. As sand falls through the hourglass, these are the days of our lives. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Critical Pain Studios. I am Justin. It is my birthday. I'm old. I'm very old. I have been on this earth now for 46 years exactly. Ah. It's a day, much like any other. And much like other days, we are here and streaming and ready to paint. Now, you'll notice some additives on the screen. I've been meaning to implement them for some time. So I've set up a donations thing in Ko-fi, which is a donation platform for creators. As you can see, the road to the Crimson Brush 2027. This is to help me get everything organized. I'm a little bit early, that's okay. I thought I'd go a bit of ska music because, gosh darn it, it's my birthday. And I can do whatever I want. Goodbye. I'm kidding. There is work to do. And if not now, then when? I honestly thought that there would be more people. Oh, there we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome aboard. My name is Justin. This is Critical Pain Studios. It is the 24th of June in the year of our Lord 2026, and it just so happens to be my birthday. I am 46 and feeling absolutely every second of it, so I hope that some of you all will hang out with me today while we get some painting done. Let me just get into painting mode. It's been damn cold here this morning. I've just realized something interesting. I have a little temperature gauge and a humidity gauge just there on one of my screens. And it was reading 16 degrees earlier when my screens were off. So it's actually stuck to one of my screens. But because it's an older screen, it heats up. So according to that now, the room is 20.6 degrees, which I know for a fact it's not because it's freezing in here. Oh, there's an ad break. We missed the ad. I have to do all that again, aren't I? Who's that old guy? Exactly. As I said, these are the days like sands through the hourglass. These. Well, there's a really old fart on camera. So, hang on. Where's my stuff? Okay, I'm gonna need a little bit of encouragement today. This is a soothing balm. My knuckles are really playing up today. This has arnica, comfrey, and hemp extracts, so hopefully it will soothe the pain in my poor hands. So we're going to need them today. But yes, hello, Weasel. Thank you very much for the birthday message earlier, mate. It's already been a morning. I was planning on sleeping in, but my wife rolled over when she woke up. Said, "Are you streaming today?" And I said, "Yes, but not till later." She went, "Oh, sorry." So from that point on, I was awake. Just greasing up my hands at the moment with some soothing balm. Going to send a chat at midnight, but that might have been weird. It wouldn't have been weird at all because I still wouldn't have seen it until I woke up. My phone, every message goes, like, I put my phone completely on silent and do not disturb. Good morning, Grandma Kale. Cal. Okay, hopefully we got enough there. Let's let that sink in for a minute or two. But yeah, my birthday. I've never really liked my birthday. As someone both autistic and ADHD, people like me tend to not catastrophize. Well, yeah, I suppose catastrophize. We think of our birthday as a milestone or as a milestone or a benchmark, if you will. And the problem with that is when you're chronically ill, gauging achievements is very difficult because you don't really have any. Because you're constantly in a state of fight or flight and you're constantly fighting the will of yourself to be like everybody else, be normal. And that's amplified more with the autism and the ADHD, which is problematic because you're already at a disadvantage. Oh, I am old. I'm not gonna lie. That ship has most certainly sailed. I am not the spring chicken I once was. Oh, hands are very sore today. Hey, chat very well. Stretch back and be kind. Give him a chance to warm up. Oh, you are still young. No, I'm not. I'm not young by any sense of it. Like I may look young. I pickled myself when I was younger from bar work and hospitality and all the rest. So I appear younger than I actually am. add them together to, well, in that case, I'm 10. Whippersnipper is like, what are you smoking? Okay. Oh. This isn't soaking in fast enough because of the humidity. We're currently at 50% humidity here in Brisbane. And speed paint dries slower than your metabolism. I don't have metabolism. I'm 6'3", 160 kilos, 46 years old, riddled with illnesses and problems and bits and pieces and things that would kill other people. I don't have a metabolism at all. Hence the reason why I've been sick for the last month and a half with the same illness. Because my body doesn't process stuff. It just can't anymore. But we could be smoking anything. We're going to get stuck back into this. Now, yesterday we built up our skin tones. So we had some nice transitions and blends and highlights. Now we're going to touch back in to those skin tones with a very diluted magenta ink, and that's going to sort of bring a bit of lividity to our skins. Or skin, plural, skins. Now, I also need to do a couple of other bits and pieces. I don't know if that's going to be on stream or not at this stage. Yeah, I'll make sure. Let me just make sure before we get started. There we go. All right. Now, some of you may have Oh. So should I wait? Should we wait longer? That's wishful thinking. What do you want for your birthday? Well... Alright, let's get to it. Now, you're gonna need... You'll have to forgive me, I'm only really half awake here, so... 2 small beans, so... No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't ever say that. The whole idea of this channel is to make painting accessible to everyone. Oh, probably even less than half. One of the joys of being me is that's my superpower. I'm always tired. Seen some people, seen some of your work now. Excuses won't fly no more. Now, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There is no such thing as natural born talent, and anyone that tells you that is lying, or tells you otherwise, I should say, is lying. Because painting, any form of art, relies on two things: the ability to learn and the ability, well, the heart and soul, basically. And passion. The rest can be taught. You need to have the ability to learn and passion for miniature painting. Well, painting, art. Now. Chat's breaking out into all-out war here. Pretty soon they'll shut the Strait of Hormuz. Birthday cake, but war is fine. I've not so much. But yes, I've added a few elements to the stream. Because up until recently, I'd completely forgotten about them, and I was made note of it the other day when my Ko-fi script wasn't working anymore. I had a little thing that popped up in chat every hour or so that gave a link to donate. So I've added the link permanently down the bottom there, as you can see. We've also added the progress bar for Crimson Brush. So people can keep track of how we're going savings wise. But yeah, what else been going on? Not a lot. Smashy. Just use my Prime software. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes, Smashy. Now, Smashy is a dear friend of mine from Melbourne. And has the makings of a very talented painter, or not talented, skilled painter. Waving from Geelong. Yes, one of the things that when I look at people's work, I'm not necessarily looking at the technical prowess of a piece. I'm looking at how the person went about painting it, what they were feeling, what they were doing, what they were trying to convey, how they conveyed it, things like that. And as far as technicalities go, Smashy has all the heart and soul required to become a very, very, very good painter. They just need time and practice. They have everything else that they need. Exactly. So hopefully at some point a balance will occur and she will be able to get back into the world of painting. Even for little bits. Okay. Big babies. I like to think. Getting birthday messages left, right, and center. Oh. If my mother remembers. Oh. I have multiple packages arriving today. Nah, not birthday gifts, unfortunately. I generally get stuff. Well, I'm getting a grounding sheet because of end of financial year specials. And I need the laser etcher to further my business. So it's not really a birthday present as such. They arrive around my birthday. But generally don't have anything to do with my birthday. It's yeah, this is my birthday present. This is called a chug. It's my cup for everything. Currently has coffee in it. As long as it holds coffee. It does. It has held coffee, bourbon, Coke. So far, that's about it. Pretty sure. Oh. Thought I got a message, but no. So, yeah, this is working. Um, oh no. That sucks. Hope you find a place soon. Probably because a lot of it is down to they'll list the house, they'll get a bunch of people look at it. I don't know how the laws are in Victoria, but we've implemented a law up here now that you can't apply for a property sight unseen. Some places still do it, and I'm thinking Melbourne might be one of them due to the amount of people down there. But a lot of people just apply for properties. Same law? Okay. Oh, that's all good. Um, um, but yeah, they will list just in case something happens and it falls through, but they'll also be doing applications and accepting applications for properties while they're still having viewings. It's to cover all their bases in case something goes wrong. That, and although they don't mention it, people will put in an application for a property with a bit of financial lubrication. And that can affect things. My sister's just asked what I'm doing. Oh. Hey, Black Sword, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Yeah, yeah. Which is illegal, and every time it happens, they should be reported to the rental board and the ombudsman and all the rest. But it still happens, unfortunately. That's how welcome, Black Sword. Doing as best as can be expected. Given the fact that I'm old and decrepit and my eyes are failing me. Yeah, that's what I needed to look for. Front face coloring. Puffy eyes, red nose, red cheeks. Just trying to find some drunk coloring. Okay. Hey! Clacker, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Oh, well, this is actually two separate headsets. Smashy. Um, did I send you both? Did I send you the details on both? Because the white part is the headset on Amazon, but the black part is a welder's helmet. Aha. The welder's helmet is what makes it comfortable. It's I think the other band is just a strap around the back with a little tight bit. This has the headpieces, and it like when it's loose, it'll sit on regardless, and then you tighten it up, and it doesn't move anywhere. Like it's crazy stuck to my head. No, I couldn't get it to fit to my head either. Someone recommended, I don't know where. Somebody actually recommended, have you tried a welder's helmet? And I'm like, why the hell would I try a welder's helmet? And they're like, well, they're designed to hold up this big plastic thing and put less pressure across all areas of your head. I'm like, I wonder if I could fit that to a magnifying set. Um, I'll link you the back unit as well. it's... Well, I'm just trying to think. I've actually had the back unit for probably about 6 or 7 years now. It is a good idea. It is a good idea. But unfortunately, like it's two completely separate worlds of company. Both of these things are available on Amazon. It's feasible. Yeah, let me check the cost of it actually. Where are we? Money. Oh, Prime Day sales. No, Justin. No. Orders. Search orders. Okay, share this item. Copy link. Go to Discord. Go to general chat. In the Discord, in general chat, is the welding part of it, or the welder's cap part of it. Magnifying. Share this item, copy, and there's the headset. So this headset is $40.59, and the mag setup is $40 pretty much. It's got a little bit of a discount. It's $38. So for $80. Kickstarter, you can buy them separate or in bulk. Call the companies, they're willing to serve small companies as well. Oh, thank you very much, Greedy Twins. I actually have something else in the works at the moment that is taking all of my attention. But that is a good idea. But for Australian $80 to have for 7 years, and the only piece that I've replaced so far is this unit, because the center bar here snapped, and it essentially made the unit useless. It comes with the light, 2 brightnesses, which is USB chargeable. Secret squirrel things. No, not secret squirrel things. I can go through it if people want to know what's on the horizon for me. I am more than happy to go through it, because the more people know about it, the more people may want to buy it, and the more people that may want to buy it, the better off and more popular it will become, and the more people I can help in the process. So, ladies and gentlemen, last year I was diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis in my hands and wrists, which is why I spent like a couple of minutes earlier this stream putting a cream on, which helps deal with the pain and the swelling. One of the problems I had was holding painting handles, like the red grass painting handle and things like that. And my hands would cramp up, and I'd get sort of nerve pain and muscle spasms down my arm because of it. So I looked around to see if there was anything like it, and there was something sort of similar, but it didn't have the features that I wanted. So I decided to make one. Myself, and this is what became of that. This is the, pardon me, very first prototype of what I like to call the Ergo Egg. So we'll go over to this screen here so we can see. And it is a egg-shaped handle with ease of use fitting. Now this is grip tape for just for a little bit of added support. They use this stuff on tattoo machines. It's based loosely around the Redgrass gaming handle in the fact that it's got the turnable top and the magnetic bottom. But it is designed to be held easily in the hand. I have to deal with baby too. No problem at all, Smashy. Fine detail, fine maneuverability, fine motor function. But you can hold it any way you want with very little interference and actual use of your hand. So a relaxed hand, it fits in quite happily. So this is the prototype model. This is the very first model I made. I still use this. I've been using this for almost 12 months now. So that's the first one. Here is the second one. This is the prototype version 2. So we'll flick it back to here. And it's called the Ergo Egg. Well, I am in the process of beta testing this. So I have three that I need to send out actually. I need to get Grandma Kale's details. I currently have 2 in the wild that have sent back the questionnaires that I've built up as well. But this is the prototype version 2. So this is just to get it out there in people's hands so I can get feedback. I've already gotten some really good feedback, but it's essentially almost the same design, just a little bit longer. So it fits in quite happily. I can include the grip tape. I've redesigned the caps so they now have a little egg grip on them. So when you pop them on, you have a little bit more of a fine motor function for high detail and light turning and stuff. I need to do some slight changes to the internals of this so they go on easier. As you can see, little buggers are stuck on there. But it comes with the handle itself, magnetic base, that spinny top, 2 caps, small caps, 1 medium cap, and one that I designed completely from the ground up and has been extremely beneficial to me working on the busts and bits and pieces, what I call the extra large. So, whoops, I just dropped a bit. Hang on. Now, these are just the preliminary caps. I will be making more as time progresses. But you get 2 normals, 1 medium, 1 large. These are the demo sticky dots. So these are just a little metal dot that'll stick to your table that will stop this from falling over. And you also get some blue tack for the medium and smalls. Now, this is the prototype. As I said, I've got some feedback that I need to do a little bit of changes and bits and pieces on. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, and of those I have one left. Yeah, I've got one left to go to a beta tester. I designed it for people with maneuverability issues, with hand cramping, arthritis. It's nice and lightweight. You can add the tape to it if you want. We've had one of my beta testers already sort of put some speed tape on to give it a little bit extra grip. But the plan is bolt down the design, make it foolproof, make sure it's all perfect, and with that, from feedback, it can be perfect. And the price point for it, this is the bit that I like the most. The price point for the Ergo Egg is going to be $39.90. So it's EGG, which is punny, funny, and good marketing all at the same time. So that product will be $39.90. I am going to be releasing a premium version as well, in a very limited supply. Barathnoth pointed out that I should make a dozen of them, because they're eggs, and you get eggs in a dozen. So I'm going to be doing 12 premium, very special units. I may make a couple more for charity purposes here and there. But they will be they will be a premium model. They will be made out of rare and exotic woods, burls. I've got a prehistoric timber. Going to get some other prehistoric timber and bits and pieces and rare woods and things like that. They will be the same design, but they will be split diagonally through the model, or through the handle. So one wood will appear on one side. There'll be a brass plate, and then the other wood will appear on the other, so they will be aesthetically pleasing. Each one will be 100% unique. No other one like it will ever exist ever again. And the fixtures will be brass, and all the screws will be brass. There'll be carving in the sides for grip purposes, so it won't need the grip tape, so it won't get dirty and mucky and look ugly. It will be a premium model and be limited edition, and those ones are going to be $399 egg. I'm also going to be piecing together a couple of charity pieces, as I said, and we'll be auctioning them off for charity. I've got a couple of charities in mind to help support, that people that have helped me out in the past, I'm going to help them out in return. I'm finally in a place where I can do that, and I finally have a product that I think is worthy of doing that. So that's the Ergo Egg. It will be exclusively and only available at criticalpaintstudios.com.au. I will be giving away a couple on the channel when I get them built and done. I've still got a lot to go. I picked up a cheap secondhand lathe. I've picked up some tools. I bought a little sort of saw to help me out in a couple of bits and pieces. I've got the laser etcher coming between now and Friday. The metal dots will be Ah, thank you very much, Brownfield. The metal dots will be emblazoned with my logo, Critical Paint Studios. So they like the Red Grass Gaming dots, but with my logo. So it will be bespoke. Um, yeah, it's been a long time planning, but I think it's something that the miniature painting community and anyone who works in small scale figures and bits and pieces um, would find benefit in. So that's going to be coming onto the market. Just trying to work out timelines. I think I worked it out to the release date being around this time next year. Um, and I'm hoping that the small frame of reference of people that follow me. Oh, thank you very much, Smashy. That follow me and know me and know the way I do things, and sort of have been putting praise on me. I'm hoping that scales. So, of all the people that I know that I've told this idea about, every single one of them has liked the idea. And I'm hoping of those, 50 odd people that scales. So, given that, hypothetically, we should get a market of, well, we should get a fairly decent market. But the plan is go through this testing phase, do the refinements, do a second test. That's going to be the hard part because they are very closed-minded. They say that they're not, but they are. Yeah, if it doesn't benefit them, they don't care. And I understand that. It's the same reason they have Patreons and lock their knowledge behind paywalls, because unless they're making money, it doesn't interest them. Very few miniature painters on the planet are like in positions of authority like famous miniature painters. I have met very few that are, I don't want to say nice people because they're all nice in their own way, but open-minded is probably the best way to put it. And that is another reason why I started Critical Paint, because I'm sick and tired of people saying, hey, that's a really cool technique, can you teach me how to do that? And then people turning around and going, yes, if you sign up to my Patreon for X or many months, I'll do a thing which is locked behind a paywall. No, that's not what I asked. I asked if you can impart some of your knowledge onto me. I didn't say I want to pay you money to teach me. I said, how did you do that glaze? Or how did you get to that color? You could have just as easily turned around and said, I mixed X, Y, Z and did it in this fashion. Done. No, but X, Y, Z, done it in this fashion. Ka-ching! Check, please. No, doesn't work like that. Like, I am happy, more than happy, to take people's money to teach them how to paint, but it's going to be a one-on-one basis. It's exclusively for that person. If you want to get like personalized training, which is 100% focused on you, that does take time out of my day, and that does take time out of the workload that I have. So yes, while it's not going to be a stupid amount of money like some people. Crazy MCR Angel, well, thank you very much for the raid. Birthday raid. Welcome, everybody. I am Justin. This is Critical Pain Studios. It is my birthday, and yes, I am 46 today. Feeling every second of it. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes, folks. You were the first on the Who to Raid list. So it was your birthday. I am having a good day so far. I've got 15 people to talk to. That's a start. Oh, hang on. What happened then? Broth cheered. Brathnoth cheered. 5 bits. Oh, thank you very much for the cheer. Oh, yes. Thank you. Follow along. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the follow. Let's go back. Hope I pronounced that correctly. But we were just talking about miniature painting as a whole thing. I don't have birthday snacks, unfortunately. I have coffee. I finished the coffee. I have another coffee waiting in the wings. What was that? Loving your setup. Ah, thank you, thank you. Well, if you like, I can take you through. There is quite a lot going on here. So, now I'll go through the spiel. I'm Justin. This is Critical Paint. I am an Australian-based miniature painter. I've been painting for 10 years now, as of today. Boom, boom. Gonna make it a fest. Unfortunately, it's not fancy. It's just a dare iced coffee. I am. I've been streaming since October. Oh, thank you for the follow. My goal of creating this channel is to impart knowledge and to help other miniature painters become better, whether it be through tutorials, watching what I do with the explanation of what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Like we regularly stop doing this, and I will teach sort of if someone says I'm having trouble with faces. Oh yes, yes, yes. We're currently working on Goblin City by BlackCrow Miniatures. If it will stay facing forward. There we go. We're building that one up. This, as well as another one, which I'll be showing shortly, are competition entries for my first national level painting competition, which is the Crimson Brush, and that one is in January of 2027. I currently have fundraising going for that. Directly down below, you can see the little bar that says the Road to Crimson Brush. Because I have hang on, what's going on here? I might have to duck away for a second. There is a delivery driver here and I'm the only one in the house. So I will be back in about 2 minutes. Hey, bud. Okay. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Um. So yes, I'm boiling hot now. It wasn't a delivery. It was a tradie having a smoke. It's all right. Where was I? Oh yes, Crimson Brush. Because I have a few ailments. It's probably the best way to describe it. Um, I can't just jump on a plane and fly down to Canberra. Um, Various medical conditions don't allow that. Plus, all the stuff that I need to take with me doesn't allow that. Got a mobility scooter, packing crates for the miniatures and bits and pieces that I'm working on. Oh, thank you for the thanks for the donation, Tallius. Thank you so much. So, we just hit 15%. Nice. Um. Oh, hang on. Delivery before some. Everything is coming today. Wow. Okay, so all of the stuff is coming today. I thought it was coming tomorrow or Friday, but it's all coming today. Um, Thank you so much, Tallius, for the donation. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Um, yes, but that fund goes towards accommodation, fuel, um, as well as the packing cases that I will need to take these safely down to Canberra. Um, yeah, and hopefully, being my first national competition, I won't get booed out of the building. Has been known to happen. No, it hasn't been known to happen. It doesn't happen because the mini painting community is a wonderful, wonderful group of people. Here's the other piece that I'm going to be taking down. This is Amanita Shaman from Creepy Tables. And this is competition piece 1. Goblin City is competition piece 2. He is pretty special. I have done a lot of work. Both of these are 120, 130 odd hours. He's leaking again. But this guy is nearly finished. He's not there yet. The laser etcher that's arriving today will allow me to finish him. Because I want to laser etch a word into this section of the base. So, hence the reason why I just spent an awful amount of money on a laser etcher. She resubbed to Prime. They've been resubbed for 4 months. Thank you. His head looks yummy, even if that type of mushroom is poisonous. Yes, it is leaking. This piece of burl has a cavity in it, which I filled with resin, and you can see a little bit of marking there, and another little bit of marking there in the light. In my stupidity, I used a UV reactive resin and not a 2-part resin to mix in because I didn't have it on hand. So this cavity does still have some wet resin in it, but I'm in the process of drying and curing. This particular base is a piece of burl from the Sunshine Coast, which is a little bit north of us where I am in Queensland, a couple of hours. About 200 kilometers ish. But it has also been treated with a bit of an experiment. If you get fine grade steel wool and mix it with vinegar and allow it to oxidize, you get this jar of absolute doom and mayhem. And what's inside this jar is essentially an iron oxide rinse or wash. When you apply it to wood, it darkens the wood, but it also brings out all of the patterning and stuff. So you put your steel wool in this with vinegar. You let it sit for a few days open, so the steel wool is poking out of the top. The whole lot oxidizes, and essentially what this is iron oxide and vinegar. When it's mixed, it gets a real sickly, toxic waste amber color to it, but the effect... So, this is just a random block of wood. Untreated, with no sanding, no nothing. Untreated. Treated with the iron wash. Treated with the iron wash. Untreated. Half treated. So you can see the difference. And then when you sand the top layer of that back, you'll still get all of this beautiful effect in the deeper recesses of the wood. And the longer you let it sit, the deeper it goes, and the more the effect sticks. So that one's one of the ones that we've got going on. Oh, thank you very much, Crazy. As I said, I've been painting now for 10 years. I painted my very first miniatures in 2015. This particular one has turned into a political piece. It started out as the model was really cool and I wanted to paint it. And then as I started to get to the figures, I noticed that this little guy has a very serious, very scowling look on his face. And he's pointing to this piece of paper, which he's super, super impressed that he's put his signature to and wants everybody to know it. He's a self-pronounced king with a penchant for gold and jewels and finery. He's got a bandage on his ear from something that may have happened that to divert attention from other things. Our little archer here sporting his beard with eye makeup. It is written in Sharpie. You cannot see it because I've put a wash over it and I need to go back through and redo it. But the offending person's signature is written on here. That took a lot of work to do. Well, you can see the size of my finger, and the writing is probably like 2 millimeters tall. But yes, this fellow with a penchant for cushions has blue eye makeup on. This little frog is appearing completely and utterly out of his depth, like he shouldn't be there. Is also cross-eyed with a stunned look on his face. And then we've got our bold Sir Knight, who's missing colour at the moment. We're working on that now. Who appears to be drunk. So someone in charge of battles and wars and things. Uh, there's a little. Is that the lip of a bottle hiding behind his shield? I dare say it is. That man's been drinking on the job. He shouldn't be in office. In fact, none of them should be in office. But if you figured it out yet, you get internet brownie points. If you haven't figured it out yet, I'm going to say it anyway, because go ahead, cancel me if you want. That's Trump. That's Patel. That's JD Vance. That's Pete Hegseth. And as I started getting to the pieces, I got to the king, and I noticed that he looked very scowling and imposing like a certain someone. And I thought, I wonder if they realize that that's what they've done. And then my brain said, I don't care if they've realized or not, that's what we're doing. So we have the fall of Western civilization, otherwise known as Goblin City. But let's get to while we're really here and get back to painting. So yeah, that's me. That's what I do. That's what we're working on. This channel was started to help miniature painters of any level. Serious question now. Are goblin hands always that tiny? Yes, yes they are. I've added some things to this model, like the bandage and the bottle. The rest of it is stock. I haven't touched it. Oh, and the ramparts around the bottom. The rest of it's stock. So we need some light. And we're gonna add in some flushing of the cheeks. Just make him look a bit more drunk. Castle needs a ballroom though. I was thinking I may need to do something like that, but I just don't have neither the time nor the room. While that would be hilarious, that we gently glazing in some magenta ink. Also, the paints that I'm using on this particular piece are from a gentleman in the US called Mr. Pigments. And he is a paint or pigment specialist, and he created his own series of paints from rare and exotic pigments. Some of them are extinct and will never be seen in that particular shade with those particular ingredients ever again. And he is called Mr. Pigments. The paints are available on his Ko-fi store. They are out of stock at the moment, but he is working on procurement of pigments, and he's making a new batch at the moment. But he also has a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel. What he knows about paints puts me to shame. And I must say, after using his paints on this piece, and only his paints on this piece, they are without a doubt some of the best paints I've ever used. While limited in some aspects, for example, there is no black. There is a transparent red black, which is sort of a really deep black tint with a hint of red in it. But the rest of the set is extremely solid. He also does watercolors and bits and pieces as well. Now, given that these are rare pigments and exotic pigments, some of them are not exactly safe. Not for human consumption, let's just put it that way. I need to head off and sleep now. Glad I rated you. You worked on it. Oh, thank you. Hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday. Catch you later. You don't love to lick these. These will hurt. Like one of the colors, not in this set, but I am lining up getting it just so I've got it. I'll probably never paint anything with it. Is actually Mummy Brown. Now, if you know the story of pigments and paints and how things come to be, the fact that it's called Mummy Brown should be a dead giveaway. Oh, I did a double pun. Ha 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 ha. Raznov. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. I hope you both have a wonderful evening. But yeah, I need to have a Mummy Brown in my painting arsenal, even if I don't use it, just to say I've got it. But thank you very much for the raid, crazy MCR Angel. Now, I'm taking a wild guess. I said mummy. Mummy as in, rah. There was a time when mummies were found early sort of 18th, 19th centuries. The reason we don't have a lot of mummies is because people thought they were sort of medical aids and sexual aids, and could be used for other bits and pieces. And one of the offshoot uses was grinding them down into a fine pigment, mixing them with a medium, and making a paint out of them. It just so happens to be called Mummy Brown. No, because of the Smashy's just asked, would they be white? No, they wouldn't. Because of the processes during mummification and the denaturing of the elements of a body. It's a breast milk joke. Well, mummy's milk is kind of not a white either. If it's white, then you've got something wrong. But yeah, they mix it with medium, and you get a brown, a very ruddy, very earthy brown. I know what you mean. And yeah, it's a color that I've always as soon as I found out about it, I'm like, I need that color. I've got some weird and wonderful colors here. I've got like one of the blackest blacks. Not the blackest black, but it's pretty damned close. I've got these pigments, which I've broken down onto a color swatch up there. It's the two sets. Let me. Oh, hello. I will just grab the link for. So this is the direct link to Drez's shop, who is Mr. Pigments. I have been busy. It's been crazy. Happy birthday! Actually, just turned 20 a little while ago. Sheepish Gamers 4130 413 4130. Are you Australian, Sheepish Gamers? I've got the feeling that you might be with that. That's like Sheepish Gamers postcode. Am I right? Because if so, you're pretty close to me. You heard my age. How old are you? Oh, we got an ad starting in just under just under 5 minutes, I should say. I'm American. Oh, okay. Because yeah, 4130. My postcode is 4159, for example. 4130 would put you. Around the New South Wales border here. Well, as it is my birthday today, I am 46. I'm old. I need a drink. That deserves a drink. But welcome. Actually, let's check and see how many people we got over on YouTube. Says lo-fi normally, but we've got 2 watching. Nice. So I've only just recently started back streaming to YouTube. So you'll have to let me know if it sounds good or anything like that. Aha. Oops, sorry. I just headbutted the microphone with the coffee. Sorry for that distorted. Don't dox yourself. Don't dox myself. My address and phone number and everything are all written on the website. And honestly, who would dox me? Why would they dox me? Okay, we're planning our first combat patrol. Oh, what are you planning? What army are you going with? I've recently obtained a Carden Overlord's small army. I think it's like 1,700 or 2,500 points. Because I have a penchant for dwarves. What What flavor combat patrol are you going for? My name is Walter Hartwell White. I love it through Albuquerque, New Mexico. Lol. I am the one who knocks. I think that face is. I think Hegsef's face is pretty spot on. Witch dwarves? Witch dwarves? Running Night Lords, and he's running Ultramarines, setting up terrain to look like an AdMech Forge World. Oh, nice! Nice! I agree. I'm currently reading through the Dawn of Fire books. I'm up to the last one, and it's very... well, a lot of the books are Ultramarine orientated because of Gilliman, but starting to get more AdMech-y and Necrons and bits and pieces, so that's really cool. I did. Carden Overlords. You heard right. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's just Z? I'm assuming that's like the? Thank you very much. This particular one is Goblin City from BlackCrow Miniatures. Z is correct. Hey, Michael Payne's Minis! Welcome, welcome, welcome! I have the same cadron little army size. Oh, nice! Mine has been mostly painted. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. But I'm planning on stripping it all completely back and doing it as an Armies on Parade army and doing it up to display levels. So it's going to take me a little bit, and once I clear a little bit more of my backlog, I'm going to start sort of rolling through a figure on stream. Mine's painted okay. But, well, no, it's too hard to get to. I did, they had a mini of the month a little while ago of the Carden Overlords, and I grabbed it, and I painted it, and I fell in love, and I'm like, these guys are awesome. What paints? Oh, Tellius. Having a meeting at work. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Sheepish, I use a lot of paint. A lot of paint. So, we were going through my setup, weren't we? Predominantly, on everything else, I would use, my main staple is Pro Acryl, and I'm pointing over this way because that's where all of my Pro Acryls are. What's up, models? Thank you very much for the follow as well. I use those for a base color. Yes, enjoy your meetings, Tellius. I know you don't, but you know what I mean. So Monument Hobbies Pro Acryl for the main part. For any detail work on top of that and fine details and cool effects, I use Scale 75, their artist color, their... Oh, Smashy, thank you. I need to do those. I'm gonna need a mod fairly soon. There's yeah, Scale 75. I use the artist colors. I use the intensity, the like I pretty much got the entire scale color range that I use to sort of build everything up on top of the Monument Hobby stuff. I have inks from Vallejo, Green Stuff World, uh, the Scale Color inks. I've got Chimera, most of the Chimera range now, Series 1 and 2. I don't have any of the box sets yet. I'm working on those. What other ones? Oh, the Chimera Velvet Inks is another one. That was actually. Oh, thank you for the sub. I use Apple Barrel Black as base coat, then Army Painter and Vallejo for everything else. Ah, nice. I've got like maybe 3 or 4 Army color paints. I like mainly military. Um, Sort of the khakis and the greys and bits and pieces. Um, what are the other ones? Like for instance, this guy, Amanita Shaman, was done exclusively in the Chimera Velvet inks, which were released last year. Um, and they turned out stunning. They are a beautiful paint to work with. They have just released the pastels and light range of those paints, but they're currently asking for €100 in shipping, and that's not good. So I'm waiting until they appear in a brick and mortar store, and I'll get them when they're over here. Really love that mushroom model. Why, thank you, thank you. That's one of my competition pieces. This is the other one. And if I get this finished, I'll move on to another one that will hopefully make it to competition stage as well. Other paints. Oh, and then there's Mr. Pigment's paints, which I'm using exclusively on Goblin City here. Yeah, so it's I got a lot of paint. I've also got a buttload of Citadel contrast paints. Um, Places where I currently have paint. Here we go. Let's see if this is going to work. I have a setup. Where are we? Oh, hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it going to show up? Of course it's not. I had a setup on my phone that allowed me to stream my phone to this setup and have it show up, but it's not working at the moment. So, Monument Hobbies paints, primary inks. We'll go back to this one. Yeah, Monument Hobbies, primary inks. You can see sort of all this section here is all Monument. Then I've got the inks. Then I've got the paints that I'm currently using, which are the Mr. Pigments paints. The rest of the Monument Hobbies range, some of the Scale Color Fine Arts, pigment powders and effects. So rust effects, pigment powders, ultra blacks, speckle paint, things like that are all there. Then washes, a lot of those I make myself. Here, sort of behind our little mimic friend, is the Scale Color Artists tubes and their inks. Then I have a 3-tiered trolley here. In this 3-tiered trolley is all of my old Citadel, Vallejo, the Army Painter, the the Citadel contrasts. Then I've got a drawer down the bottom. Well, 3 drawers. In those drawers are the Chimeras, the Chimera inks. That's where these paints live. My color cube inspiration from Sarah Renee Clark. chimeras. Chimeras are once you've figured them out, they are a very, very good paint. They are one of the best paints available, but the learning curve on them is steep. Beautifully done mushroom. I do have airbrushes. I have multiple airbrushes and have had even more airbrushes still. Airbrushes are nothing to be scared of. Airbrushes can enhance the process of painting, and it can also speed up the process of painting. Now, my main go-to is this guy, and I'm hoping to get affiliate with them fairly soon. This is the Galeri Premium Mobius Point 2. It is an absolute unit of an airbrush. The Point 2 is the size of the needle. It's got a beautiful trigger control. It's got valve control that you can regulate the flow of air. You also have, or regulate the flow of everything. You've got an airflow regulator in the back here. This cup splits out to a larger cup. I use this for fine detail work, for highlights, for OSL shading and stuff like that. I have an old Iwata that used to fit that bill. It's sort of when I need to quickly throw down another color, I'll use it. And this was my very first airbrush, the Iwata Revolution CR. And this has, I've had this for about 10 years now, and it is my priming airbrush. So I prime now pretty much exclusively with a enamel-based primer, because the effect is a lot better than any other primer on the market. And the primer that I use is Mr. Hobby's Mr. Finishing Surfacer 1500 Black. And it is my base primer, so everything I do is primed black, and then I will build up ink over the top for zenithal highlighting when required. Still new box, yet a couple of years old. Like a professional like yourself to rate my airbrush. I got sick of airbrush class. I didn't thin correctly or use airbrush paints. You don't have to use airbrush paints. Any paint can be an airbrush paint if you thin it correctly. Now, I make my own airbrush thinner. I've been lazy. I haven't put the recipe up on the Discord yet, but I'm working on it. Don't tell Tellius, because he's asked for it. But airbrushing is one of those things that does seem daunting and does seem scary, because you can essentially destroy a model if you don't know what you're doing. But if you have your paints thinned correctly, and every single one of the paints here, apart from the paints that are like the rust, the verdigris, the moss from Dirty Downs, don't put them through an airbrush. Also, the anything enamel based, try not to put it through an airbrush. Delivery's just arrived, but it's a mailbox one, so that's fine. Anything that is heavy, I don't want to say heavy pigment, but coarse pigment. Like, for instance, the Green Stuff World Darth Black, which is a thick, heavy, grimy pigment. don't put that through an airbrush. But with an adequate airbrush thinner, this is my little go-to bottle. This is the one from the Scale 75 set, but it's not what's in the bottle. You have to travel to Geelong. But yeah, like if you thin down your paints, you shouldn't have a problem. And you've actually given me inspiration to do an airbrushing video. So airbrush video. Breakdown. What was this? Oh, Smashy's just uploaded some pictures. Oh, first package of the day has been delivered. I'll get that shortly. But yeah, I'm happy to help out. Shoot us a message in the Discord. You can also shoot me a message on Critical Paint Studios 2026. So that one down there. I'm fairly receptive to messages and stuff. So if you've got any questions or anything like that, I'm more than happy to help out. When I was a baby painter, I bought a can of Rust-Oleum. While that many didn't get ruined, it definitely scared me. I still have Rust-Oleum. I still use it on big models, on like large stuff like terrain. I will use Rust-Oleum. There's no point killing your airbrush or wasting your primer when you can pick up a can of primer for $6. I'd like to start a painting club or welcome when I get going. Just letting you guys know, in Melbourne, there is a very, very, very supportive and very good painting community down there. We have one in each of the major capitals. There's the Brisbane one, which is the Brisbane Display Painters Guild, which I am one of the founding members of. There is Guilds in Sydney, and there is the Melbourne Figure Painters Collective, I think it's called, from memory. They've also got one in Canberra. There's one coming up in Adelaide. Yeah, we have sort of all of the guilds in the major capitals. They're all connected. So, can't travel to Melbourne. Oh. Where are we? We'll add links in the Discord. I will add links to those ones. I'll put them in a pinned post. Yeah, because it's like we're all connected. We all talk to each other and bits and pieces, and we pop in and out. And whenever there's the competitions and stuff on, we sort of flick across to all of those. So use standard spray paint for terrain. Actually just finished working on AdMech terrain using a black base coat and then a textured sandy paint for a finish. That works. That works really well. It gives you a really good concretey look to things as well. I did something similar on a very large terrain piece that I worked on a few years ago. Well, that's all right. They'll be around, and I'm sure Grandma Cal will be around as well. Cal. That was big. I've done another couple since then. If you check out on my website, criticalpaintstudios.com.au, under the gallery section, you will see the photos of the one I did for Tellius, who was just in chat before, who gave us that donation. It will have the Dragons Don't Share, which is the big diorama piece commission that I did for him. There is also another one called Water Wheel from a sculptor, Ian Lovecraft, which I did as a promotional piece that I take around to various places. But yeah, it's there's lots of stuff that I do and I help out with. So no question will go unanswered. Um, if I can't answer it, I will find the answer and then I will answer it. That's what I do. So, getting back into the swing of things, we're just approaching the 2 hour mark. I've got to see these models. Are these the latest ones that you've been working on? Ah, yes, 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 yes. The Monster Hunter ones. That one, I love that one. That one turned out really cool. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, where are we? Okay, so yeah, it's oh jeez, stuff's happening left, right, and center. Don't need that. Don't need that. That one, that one. Okay. Yeah, I just need to do some coloring, some slight coloring. On the hands, I believe. And we are getting very close. I need to touch up some colours on the frog too. But yeah, if you've got any questions, drop them either in chat right now or drop them. Ended up doing. I'm torn between doing Night Lords and Alpha Legion. Alpha Legion is a good choice. I do like Alpha Legion because of that color scheme that they've got. But Night Lords are also cool because you've got the ability to grim dark and vent them right up and have those beautiful transitions from black to almost a midnight blue, which can, if done correctly and lined correctly, can really pop on the tabletop. Um, there's a custom, like a kit bash at my local um, Warhammer store that one of the guys did, who's also a member of the guild. Um, of a kit bashed Night Lord, and it looks spectacular. And it made me want to kit bash Night Lord. Hey, Hograt. Thank you. But yeah, I have far too many models to paint already without adding to that list. But yeah, it's. I've got some cool stuff that I would like to paint. Oh, thank you very much for the birthday wishes, Jacob. Um, so I have a 3D printer. Might sell it. Source Wilson kit based Lionel Johnson. Wireless version of Conrad Cruise. That would be cool. I actually have been wanting to do some Adeptus Sororitas. Namely, I've got You've probably seen them. Roman Lapat does these little diorama vignettes of Warhammer stuff in picture frames, and I've always thought that um, Saint Celestine, sort of rising from the ashes kind of thing, would be an amazing concept for one of those. Um, but I've got a design. Well, I've got an idea for another piece, um, which then sort of prompted that design. And if I can pull it off, it'll look amazing. Um, it's sort of one of those things that the only downside is that Saint Celestine miniature is expensive. It's like $150 because it comes in a box with a couple of other figures. But then I'd have to go about. I've got a frame already, I think. But I'll take you through sort of the idea I had for another one. Give me 2 seconds. Yep, there it is. I'll cover up this. Okay. Wow. Faces. Oh, what was that? Ready to do with a party of 4. Spelling mistake. How are you? Thank you very much for the raid. 3 weeks and 3 days to Guild's Inn. Oh, that'll be interesting. Happy. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes, and thank you very much for the raid. To those folks who just dropped in, I am Justin. This is Critical Pain Studios. It is my birthday. I am 46. And we're just sort of talking about random stuff, helping people out, painting, other bits and pieces. So, if you are sort of the like and you like supporting painters, please drop a follow down below. Follow on my Instagram, my Facebook, and my YouTube. We're currently live streaming on YouTube as well. But welcome everybody. One of the designs that I'm planning still when I get a chance, in amongst all of the other work that I'm doing. Grab this out. This is a piece from Mindworks called The Plucker, which is part of the Brom series. So that's the artwork, and that's sort of what the sculpt looks like. It's pretty cool. I picked this up quite cheap during a flash sale that they did. Insanely weird and cool. Wait till you see the rest of the idea that I've got for it. So I picked up, or my wife, I've got my wife looking for cool frames and strange frames, and this is one that she brought home with all these sort of resin cast roses and stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. Yes, get that. But with some slight modification, that Brom piece will fit exactly inside that frame. So we've got the rest of our figure here, so it will sort of stand up there. But planning on painting this, like priming it black, maybe doing sort of a zenithal, maybe some underlighting, but I'm planning on doing some blood dripping down some of these roses, maybe painting all the roses black, and then having a couple here and there with blood drips coming down them, and then that figure in the middle of everything and having that as the whole piece. So I'll move it back in the shot there. I think that'll work really, really well. I see Mickey Mouse. Yes, I saw the Mickey Mouse gloves just then, and I'm like, there's Mickey Mouse gloves? What the hell? So, we know that Mickey didn't fare well. So that's one of the pieces. Many pieces I have planned. As far as possible competition pieces go, it's not going to make it this year. It'll, depending on how I go, it might make it next year. But I picked up 2 pieces. That was one. There was another one, but I want to keep that one a surprise because it's really cool, and it's even more weird than this one. So yeah, there's I've got a lot going on. I've got that. I've got a single figure that I'm working on for competition for from, I should say, Corvus Belli Infinity. I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible, or 6 possible competition pieces. If I can get stuff done quick enough and to the level enough, they will either make it into this year's competition season or next year's. So, yeah. However, the cost of getting to the Crimson Brush is an expensive one. So, yeah, I've got that donation running down the bottom there. We just had someone donate on stream today, which is beautiful and fantastic, and thank you very much, Tellius, again. Went up by a whole %, which is ridiculous. But yeah, it's been a big day, and we've only just hit 2 hours. Crazy business. Now, I just need to have a bit of a look at this guy. I need to do that frog up, but just trying to, what was that? Really want to get some Tyranids to paint. I love dry brushing, and I really can't wait to get my Outlaws paint flayed skin loincloths. Lol. Nids are cool. Nids are cool because of the carapace armor. I have one that I started working on, like old model. One of the original Nid models, not metal, but one of the original plastic ones. That I was working on a color concept for, because I've got a heap of Nids, and I wanted to do some really, really cool stuff with them. So this is my take on the color scheme. Not finished, but yeah, I was just playing around. I like the offset of the blues and the purples and things. And sort of after I did this, I was going to go through and grime it all down in bits and pieces. I've got some bigger Nid models that I want to work on. But the urgency isn't really there for them. Nids were my very first painted army. Now I have to have a repaint list. Yeah, it gets that way, doesn't it? I may need to take some photos of this, so just bear with me. I'll need these two. Now, one of the things I do regularly on this channel is it's tropical. Worked on my the tan green and purple scheme. Oh, interesting. That would work out quite well. The offset between those two colors would be really cool. So when I am working on stuff like this, I like to do a series of photographs. Nothing when I painted my nids. That one was from like 4 or 5 years ago now. He's just been kicking around my desk in case sort of I get bored and I want to pick it up. But with photography, one of the things I like to do is get a luminance map and a saturation map. And to do this, I use two techniques. I use one, what it looks like in the real world, and two, what it looks like on a black and a white surface. So we'll upload these pictures into the Discord when they're done, just so you can see what I mean and the values that I'm talking about. So just need to angle it right. It looks like those early 2000s dinosaur documentaries on a history where the dinosaurs are all just vibrant. Yeah, I being the age that I am, yeah. So let me just take these photos. I take one in the real world. I take one with I've got a felt blackout background on this to cut out as much light as possible, so it really kicks up the saturation. And then with these pictures, I will also make a copy of them and convert them to grayscale, so you can better see those patterns. Okay, so I've just taken those photos. Now to convert them over, so I can then move them up. There, that one there. So, first photo, edit. Oh, those documentaries. Oh, yeah. Just saturation, drop it away to nothing. And that will be what it looks like in the real world. So I can tell just by looking at that photo in black and white now that I need to darken the background, but I also need to boost the contrast on some areas. So that's one black background. Well, that's this is yeah, this is why this channel exists. So that, adjust saturation, nothing. Now the black shows our, well, having the black background shows the vibrancy of our paintwork. Off to bed as it's 1:35 a.m. I get ready for bed. Nice to meet you. Well, thank you very much for dropping in. Very much appreciated, and thank you for the birthday wishes. Then, now the white backdrop picks up light values across our model. So Let me just that, and then just saturation levels, nothing, and then save as a copy. So if you jump into on the Discord server, jump into stream progress. I'm dropping those photos right now. So those two are the first ones. Those two are the second ones. Those two are the third ones. And you'll see what I mean straight away when you see them. So we've got the normal background in black and white, and you can see how the foreground and the background aren't really discernible from each other. So the background needs to be subdued more with some detail work done to it, so some tile work and things like that. The next one is the black background. That shows us our color values across the model. It's not as uniform looking, which is good. We do want a bit of breaking in definition between the areas of the model. But it shows us the luma values of the colors that we've used. So you've got your lighter tones, your yellows, your golds, your reds, your whites, and elements of the green. And then you've got your darker values, your green, your darker greens, your blues, your silvers, the browns, purples, reds, things like that. And you'll see how they measure across the model. Now, this is the important one. This is full luminosity, which is the white background. And what it does and how it does, it clearly shows that the foreground of the image, i.e. the figures, have a lot more heightened values of contrast and luminosity. So there's more higher whites and there's more darker shadows. Whereas the background is quite flat and subdued. Subdued is good, flat not so much. So that's the bits that we need to work on next. Have you ever done Carcadons? I'm reading Void of Exile. It's pretty good. The AdMech aren't happy about the sharks being there. I have not done a Carcadon yet. I've painted very few actual Space Marines. The aeroplane? What aeroplane? There was an aeroplane? I didn't hear an aeroplane. It might have been outside, might have been a motorbike. Probably a motorbike. But so we know that the front is okay. The foreground of the image is good. Sometimes I take my minis and put them in broad daylight and actually make it's actually much more saturated than I thought. Yes. Just see. That's thank you. This is what we do here. This is why Critical Paint Studios exists. If I had unlimited resources and money, I would have a dedicated school set up with training rooms, with workshops, with online capabilities, and sort of if I had enough money, a couple of people to help me out to do videos and bits and pieces, so I could just churn out content that is free, because I hate having to pay for knowledge. It is my biggest pet peeve. I understand why people do it, but I don't think it's right. And I don't think it's a good thing for the community. Everyone should have access to education in any form. Happy birthday to you. Adrian's brush, thank you very much. My hand is still up to assist. Geelong's a long way away. Um, and most of the stuff that I do, I usually sort of am very particular about how I want it done. So the reason I don't have moderators or anything is I've always been of the inkling that if I do it, then if it's wrong, I have no one to blame but myself. Um, virtual assistant, true, true, true. Um, and I don't have anything to offer of financial support or assistance or anything. So it's usually if I don't do it, it doesn't get done. Um, so yeah, it's I have to get him to accept the assist. It probably won't happen, honestly. As much as my reptile brain needs it, it's just something I can't do. Um, I've always been of the inkling, like as I said earlier, if I don't know the answer, I will find the answer and then answer. That's what I'm like. If you've asked me to do something, I will do it with no help from anybody else. Who said money? Lol, I'm cheap. Yes, but I would feel obligated. You've assisted me, and Smashy knows this. Smashy is a good friend of mine, and she knows this. Um, it's very much a case of yeah. I'm very stubborn and set in my ways. But getting back to Goblin City, I think I will take good photos and upload them again to various places around the internet for critiquing. But I think the foreground figures are done. So now we're going to very gently, hopefully without breaking them, pull them off the model so we can then work on the background. So prepare to be shocked, stunned, and amazed. I'm gonna need those, I think. This is usually the part that goes wrong, and then I then need to glue stuff back down. Offer assist and can improve my own skills for me. um, so just bear with me. No, that's not going to work. I'm going to need bigger ones. Dark red, dark red. Right. Come on, hey, come. It's not budging today. What's the lore behind Goblin City? That's a tricky one. I initially started painting this with a completely different idea in mind. And then once I broke down and got into painting the figures, everything changed. And I mean everything. I got the king out, ready to paint. Come on. You're not budging. Why aren't you budging? You're sort of budging, but you're not budging enough. Um, Once I got the king out to paint, I realized that the king looked like someone. Airbrush paint are more artwork type stuff than portraits. Ah. Alright. What's the law behind Goblin City? So I got the pieces individually set to paint and realized that the king looked like someone who has a penchant for wearing orange makeup and gold and highlighting the fact that he can sign his own name and pointing it out, and basically a petulant child who just happens to be running a country. And once I realized that, the whole piece changed for me. Come on. Oh. That is not budging at all. I'm gonna have to get into this. Hang on. So I added some extra bits and pieces. Damn it. He's completely come off. It's alright. Oh, wow. So, annoyingly, it's looking like the bar's the only thing that's actually stayed in when it was the loosest thing across the entire model. But that's alright, we can fix that up. So, let me just grab this bar out so I can work on the background. There we go. So yes, the I have to clean that up. Alright, we'll get into that while I explain it. So the king is orange makeup, penchant for gold. He's got a bandage on his ear from a assassination attempt. Like signing his name on things. And the king is Trump. The archer is J.D. Vance, sporting a beard and blue eyeshadow around his eyes. The frog is Kash Patel, out of his league, looking dazed and confused, and slightly cross-eyed, and like he's not meant to be there. The knight looking very, very drunk and hiding a bottle behind his shield is Hegseth. And the piece is called The Fall of Western Civilization, otherwise known as Goblin City. So I just need to do a bit of cleaning up. So when we glue this guy back together, he stays together. Where is... There it is. Oh. I love it. I live in the US. It's going down. Gas is going down somewhere I live, which I'm so happy about. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not replicating around the rest of the world. It's ridiculous here, and especially we drive a diesel vehicle, so it's very ridiculous here. All right, so make sure that bar's in place. Okay, bar is in place. Now, I'll do it. I need to update it, but let me see if I can bring it up into focus here. There's Trump's signature. As I said earlier, I did put it on, and it did take a bit to get there. There we go. We should bring back trains for primary transport, big steam engines. We do have trains. It's just that when you have movement orientated disabilities like I have, even that's painful. No problem at all. Grandma Cow, I will be just cleaning up. What is going on with the music? This is not ska music. If I'm making people nervous, don't be. I've done this like probably 20 times or so. I got into Trench Crusade a while ago. I love the World War I aesthetic. Some of their models... Oops. Some of the models for the Trench Crusade stuff are awesome. I'm not going to lie. Okay, we should be getting close to being enough now. I will have to glue these and redo some minor paint work on them. Unfortunately. Not been ready. A little bit, yeah, it does. I've just completely destroyed part of the non-metallic that I had built up. So I'm going to have to redo this whole section. which is unfortunate, but these things happen. Oh, his bottles come loose as well. So I've got quite a lot of repairs to do now. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes, the unknown person. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm having to do some repair work on this piece. But sometimes issues arise. It's no big deal. Just hope I can get it all fixed before the competition kicks off. Oh, that would be cool. That would be very cool. Okay. So, I'm going to leave these bits until stream is over, so I can come back through and fix them up, because I've already taken quite a bit of time cleaning up wee spots of problem across the model. That will give me the opportunity to fix it all up nicely and take time. But getting back to our buildings now. Oh. Oof. So our buildings, if you have a look in the Discord, we've got the video or the footage there, the black and white photos I've done. And we've noticed that the buildings are very lackluster and subdued. Excuse me, I've got hiccups. Okay. Because of that subduedness, we need to enhance them a little bit. And to do that, we're going to highlight some areas across the entirety of the buildings. As you can see, we've got elements of reds, browns, yellows, greens, and blues, as well as the creams, purples, and bits and pieces for shadings on the buildings. We're going to start by getting a little bit of Titan buff, which is a cream sort of bone color. That's all right. Adrian's brush. Thank you very much for hanging out, and thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Background for me. The background for the mini kind of reminds me of the Nightmare Before Christmas aesthetic. It does, that piled up scenery. It's compressed. And a la Tim Burton-y. It is. I will give the fact that it does resemble. So we're going to start off by just lightly going over with a glaze in some areas to pick out some of these upper regions and give them a bit more brightness. Now, it doesn't have to look perfect because it's the background and it is more subdued. Do you have a favorite brand of paint that you use or one that you use more often? Thank you very much, Mashi, for the hydrate. I use lots of paints, depending on the scenario, depending on the piece. Like on this piece, for instance, I'm using a very special paint set. Rare and exotic pigments. Some of these are also extinct. These are Mr. Pigments paints. I like to call them, what was it? Mr. Pigments, Apothecary of Rare and Extinct Pigments. These ones are available exclusively on his Ko-fi store. I dropped a link earlier in the chat. I am working on Goblin City, and we're working on the background at the moment. Now, this particular piece, I'm exclusively using Mr. Pigment's paints because it seemed like the right paints for the piece. Our gnome, Amanita Shaman, is painted exclusively with Chimera Velvet inks from their Kickstarter that happened last year. And that came out to very good effect. I'm very happy with how those paints turned out. Most of the time, my go-to sets are Monument Hobbies Pro Acryl for good, clean base coating and sort of first level highlights and blends because of their coverage. I've been using them for a very long time now. I'm very happy with them. And for everything else on top of that, I generally go to scale 75. Thank you very much, Retardation. But I also have the Chimera heavy body range. I do like heavy body paints. I've got Scale 75 Artist Series paints, which are the tubes of theirs that you've probably seen. Hang on, where are we? Their paints are very good, very, very good. I'm an affiliate with them, so if you are after something, let me know. I'll hook you up with a link. Yeah, I've got all sorts of stuff, and I'm going to be doing some stuff for, hopefully, if all goes according to plan,
Reaper Miniatures and their line of paint, the MSP series of paints it just released on Kickstarter, or just finished their run on Kickstarter. Currently speaking with the guys at Reaper about stuff like that. Michael Paints Minis, if you're still here. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And I'll be painting up one of their models exclusively with those on stream, hopefully. What else? I'm expecting deliveries today, that's why I keep looking outside. So far I've mainly used Citadel, added some specialty colours by Green Stuff World too. I have some Green Stuff World stuff. It's not great for what I use. And given their business practices, I don't really like to support them all that much. They have a tendency of stealing other people's work, and I've been caught out. I've been caught out by it multiple times. But yeah, I'm not going to gatekeep. Some of their stuff is okay. I just generally don't like using it. I like supporting miniature painters much rather than miniature painting companies. I will support companies that do the right thing, absolutely. Which is probably why I'm not sponsored by any of the usual painting companies, because I use tools from everywhere. I'm not 100% locked in. What is going on with this music? But if I support, well, if I use something and I enjoy using it, I will reach out to said company and get affiliate status with them. If they have affiliate programs available. Stuff from all different sources, some trial and error. Yeah, I find that's sort of what makes painting very cool. Now we're getting country music. I do believe that might have been a delivery. Let me just check. I'll be right back. Oh. Yep, delivery. Still streaming, buddy. So what food? What do you drink? All right, we are back. Sorry, everything happening at once. Let's see. Plus, in an independent sphere, smaller than a single dust mite. Ad break in progress. Okay. Whew. Okay. What's going on here? All right. What is going on here? Just having to reload the stream window. There we go. And we are back from our commercial, by the look of it, hopefully. All right. Okay. So we now have one package left, which according to reports will be a little bit later on today. Okay. So how are we doing out there? We good? Still with us? Still kicking on? Any one? Hello? Just working and watching. Nice. Yeah, you said you're an airbrush painter, like canvas work airbrush. Um, that's pretty cool. What is your weapon of choice when it comes to airbrushing? Oh, someone you mod for, right? Back again. I don't like house hunting. Airbrush models, but it's been years. Ah, right. I see. Yeah, I don't envy the house hunting either. Grandma Cal. Music's gone completely off kilter. I thought, it's my birthday. I want to listen to ska music. This is not ska music. We've had like classical, we've had dance, we've had EDM. Be somewhat important speck of dust one day. Everybody is an important speck of dust. Some put more stock in it than others. Itchy nose. Very important just matters how many people you want to be important to. Exactly. Oh. Unlike some people who seem to think that putting their name on things will make them more important and make them remembered. being remembered is a double-edged sword, because you can be remembered for good things and bad. And usually, if you make a habit of making yourself important, then you will be forgotten just as quickly. However, creating meaningful importance comes down to exactly. Importance is not measured by deeds. It's measured by compassion and strength of character. And how you treat others around you. Our laughter and friendship and lots of on a journey. Can't be remembered for being good, be remembered for being a bastard. No. Sassying when I can type. Oh, hello. Doc Data D followed. Sounds like a name from one of those like 90s rap supergroups. Hello. Go back to the early shots, restream my sheepish gamer. Like what Einstein said when he made a mistake in his math equation on purpose. Have fun at the shops, Smashy. Get me an ice break. You know what I like. Ah. My mother just wished me happy birthday. I should respond. I will do that. Otherwise, she'll forget I exist on this planet for the next 6 to 8 months. Where are we? You are remembered for the bad things you do, and French don't speak English very well. Well, that's alright. I'm Australian. I don't speak English very well either. And I speak even worse French. Truth be told, I speak absolutely shocking French. I sort of understand. But yeah, I did French in year 8. Wow. That was 1993. It tries to understand you when you sleep. It's when you speak. It's a good lesson. Well, yeah, Australians aren't known for the Queen's English. Um, if there's something you don't catch, let me know. And I'll do my best to make it more understandable for you. But welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, that's working. Sheep is referring to Edison. Oh, well, thank you very much, Doc. It's been many years in progress. This is actually the master bedroom of the house that we're living in. People in there. My wife is an Aussie. Plan to retire in Melbourne, where we can move there. I do like Melbourne, except the weather doesn't like me. Melbourne is a wonderful spot. I'm actually from Melbourne originally. I was born in Carlton and raised in Warrnambool. But my family moved around a bit. And I met my to-be wife in Hervey Bay in Queensland. Funnily enough, she's also a Victorian. But I'm constantly improving and changing my setup to accommodate the various projects that I'm working on. But I don't know if I'm happy with the camera setup that I've got going on at the moment. No, I do a bit of everything. This particular piece is Goblin City from a company called BlackCrow Miniatures. They're based out of Spain or Poland, I forget which. Quite a less smog and traffic. There is some modifications I've done to this piece. I would show you the other section of it, which slots into the front here, but it's currently in a million pieces because when I was taking it off, it fell apart. But yes, this is one of my competition entries for the competition season for this year. Um, it's been a very long time since I've actually been to Warrnambool. Or been back to Warrnambool, I should say. Um, However, I did visit last time I was in Melbourne. We did head out and visit Geelong, and went to the Geelong Mall. That was an experience. Much better than living in Missouri. You did miss me breaking King Trump, unfortunately. But it's okay. I'll fix it up and put him back. Just get more of this sorted first. Ow! Do it again so I can record that. Well, actually, all of my streams are recorded, so you can play back through them. So I'll make a clip and upload it at the end of stream today. Will take a little bit. Huh? Oh, nice. Wait. What? Oh my god. My mother's just bought me for my birthday present. My mother's just bought me um tickets in, like, we have raffles for prize homes. A $5.8 million prize home on acreage. She's bought a couple of tickets. Um, that'd be awesome. That'd be wow. Yep. That'd be very cool. Where are we? Do it again so I can record. Yeah, slide takes 26 hours. Plays these clips. I will put in dramatic sound effects. I am known for dramatic sound effects in my videos, so I will certainly do that. Restrain. Never plan on visiting America. Avoid going to the big cities. Lol. Go to the Appalachian Mountains. It's peaceful. Uh, isn't that where all the monsters are? Isn't that where all your cryptids hang out, in the Appalachian Mountains? I mean, it does look like beautiful countryside, but the videos that we get on like social media and stuff of people hiking in the Appalachian Mountains, then hearing inhuman screams in the background. And I'm like, nope. Well, yes. Well, at night time at least. Oh, Jesus. I suppose you've got to have an offset. Like Australia. Australia is considered a beautiful country, and we have lots of beautiful scenic sites and all the rest, but 95% of the animal population can and will kill you if given the chance. Mothman. Mothman's is Mothman Appalachian, or is he he's Missouri, isn't he? But we got an ad starting in just under 5. Actually, no, we don't. Screw you. We're talking about monsters. I love talking about monsters. Different viral video of man-sized spiders. We don't have man-sized spiders. I mean, the biggest spider I've ever seen was a huntsman. They can give you a nasty rash, but that's about it. But he was as big as my hand. My hand, for reference, is I know it's one of those. My hand has a span of 20 centimeters, which is 8 inches. That's the biggest spider I've seen. Like my father and I used to do demolition work, and we were demolishing a house, and pulling down walls, pulling down walls, pulling down walls, pulling off siding, and then my dad went, "Oh crap." He didn't say "oh crap," he said other things. He said, "Check this out." And I turned around, and there's this spider the size of my face. Oh no, the video went viral, so many people just believe it, so even though it's fake. West Virginia and Ohio, there we go. However, I used to live and work on the formerly known as Fraser Island, which is now Kagari, which is the traditional Aboriginal name, because we're getting into all of that stuff. And of that, on that island, of the 10 deadliest snakes in the world, 9 live in Australia. I work at one of 2 interstate parks, all in all of America and the Mideast, where we've reintroduced elk into the area. Oh, nice! Gotta have something for Bigfoot to eat. But yeah, I used to hang out with dingoes. I have caught sharks. Swam with crocodiles, eaten crocodiles, handled snakes. Almost been kicked by an emu. That was not fun. I don't like big birds. Big birds are not my friend. One thing I've always wanted to see, actually, in the wild is a moose. A friend of mine went to Canada, one of the guys that I worked with years ago, and he was assaulted and stalked by a moose. And I thought that would be the greatest thing ever. Something the size of a small van. I know. Something the size of a small van bailing you up and keeping you in your house so you can't leave sounds like my idea of a good time. Grand Canyon of the South. I grew up in Tassie, Situate Nature Reserve, the wombats, wallabies, koalas, Tassie devils. Ah, nice. My one of my early nights on Fraser Island when I first started, because I worked in the resorts there. I worked in Kingfisher Bay Resort and Village and Happy Valley Resort, one on one side of the island, one on the other. I started working at Happy Valley first, and I was working in kitchens, and I just finished a big shift. I was absolutely destroyed. So I went out because we lived on the island. We had staff accommodation, and I finished work, went out the back to where the staff accommodation was, and just chilled out in one of the chairs. And because there isn't a lot of ambient light from cities and bits and pieces, the stars are absolutely stunning at night. Fairy penguins. I do remember the fairy penguins of what was it, on the Victorian coast there, where they come up and they walk up the beach. I do remember them. I've seen them once. Um, but yeah, I was sitting in one of those like pool chairs, just chilling out, eyes closed, half open, looking at the sky, just chilling out in the breeze. Don't go to the Mothman stuff. Avoid going during September. That's when the festival happens. It's crowded. The museum is cool though. Oh, nice. So I'm sitting there. I'm kicking back in the chair, and I had my eyes closed, just sort of almost asleep, and I felt this wet thing on my fingers. It felt like a frog, and I was half expecting a frog, and it like sort of was sniveling along. I'd cut up a bunch of steaks before the end of shift. My hands still had a bit of blood on them. Not blood, but the red stuff. And I've opened my eyes, fully expecting a frog, and there's a dingo's nose on my like this on my thumb and on my hand, and I've looked at the dingo, and he's looked at me, and he's kind of gone, "Hey, how you going?" And I'm like, "I'm all right, Mr. Dingo. Please don't eat my fingers." And he's like, "The red stuff. I'm just gonna lick it off if that's all right." And for the next 20 minutes, he sat there and cleaned both my hands to the point they were pristine. His name was affectionately known as Scar. I didn't know his number designation. They all have serial numbers, but he was the alpha, like pack leader of the area we were in on Fraser, and everyone's like, "Oh, don't mess with Scar. He's a bad dude." And I'm like, "No, he's like, I know they're wild animals, but he's essentially a dog. Dog you treat with respect. Dog will treat you with respect in return." And that's the biggest problem that people don't realize about animals. If you give them the respect that they deserve, they will do the same unto you unless they are cornered or threatened. Port Phillip Bay, that's the one. Going camping here. I do have an affinity for bears as well. I would love to, like, while I would be absolutely crapping myself in every consistent orifice I had, I would love to see a bear in the wild. Wait, isn't there a toad that was introduced to Australia by the British years ago? To eat bugs, eating sugarcane. That's just yes, absolutely. Those are cane toads. We take pride in our national sport of toad golf. When I was younger, I lived in Cairns, which is the far north tip of well, up near the far north tip of Australia, the pointy bit, not the flat bit, the other one to the left, to the right. And it's a sugarcane predominant area. Now, having said that, cane toads are rampant. They are a introduced species, much like foxes, much like rabbits, all that sort of stuff. One of the things that the Department of Agriculture used to do up there was do bounties on cane toads. Bears are bears, bears are bears. I like bears. I'm a bit of a bear. But yeah, these cane toads make a really nice sound when you hit them with a golf club. Preferably a 1 wood or a 3 wood, just so you can get the distance and the arc. But yes, the cane toad was introduced to eat a bug that was rampaging through the I think it's called a cane mite or a cane bug or something. The sugarcane population. They were introduced to control that. Problem was, they loved it. There was lots of them. They blew out into plague proportions very, very quickly, and we've had a problem with them ever since. Just checking to see if that's a delivery driver. No, it's not. And the government would do these sort of reward things. You would get 10 cents a toad. And the property that we lived in, so the way Cairns is, there is Cairns on the mainland, then there is this sort of bay sort of area that goes out and around, much like how Miami and Florida is set in the US, around that sort of, it's almost a key, but it's not big enough to be a key. Cane toads do get pretty big. Most of the time, you'll only see ones about yay big, but the biggest one I've seen is probably that big. Like, you could say 10 inches across easily. Those ones go into god status, so they get revered. The other ones, we just do what we please. We found creative ways of offing cane toads. Chlorine, brake fluid. Chlorine and brake fluid makes a highly flammable substance. When fed to toads, they go. Just launch them with golf clubs. Man, you guys know how to get drunk with mates, cane toad golf. Best thing ever. Like, cow tipping, absolutely nothing on cane toad golf. Like, there's the shock of the cow going as it tips over, but cane toad would be just sitting there on the ground. You hit it with a golf club and it goes thwack, and you can launch them for miles, and when they go, all 4 of their limbs go out and they go whee and cartwheel through the air. But that's inhumane, and we don't do that sort of thing. Well, not so much anymore. They can the culling. Now you just grab them, put them in bags, and put them in your freezer so they go to sleep. But funnily enough, they wake up. Yeah, it's to say Australia is a little bit country is probably an understatement. We have taken the little bit country moniker to whole new levels. There are a variety of sports here. Absolutely, Grandma Cow. An Amberley Air Base. Wait, did you just... Wait, what? How long ago were you at Amberley Air Base? I went to school at Amberley Air Base. I did year 5 out there, and I lived just in front of the Willowbank Raceway. are, are you a military brat? 86 to 89. Holy crap! Seriously? 86 to 89. So 89. We would have been there around the same time. Were you military? Were you actually posted on base? But yeah, if you take the road out to the Willowbank Raceway, just before the turn off to the Willowbank Raceway, um, there was a road going out to the refinery. I'm not sure what they refined out there, but that's where the plane was, and there was a caravan park on the corner. Um, if you follow that road down for about, I think it was a kilometer and a half, that's where I lived. XRAAF, equipment accounting for aircraft. I know the road very well. Well, there you go. Yeah, we had a property out there many years ago. And that was a good spot for toad golf too. But yeah, I was at the Amberley Air Base School. How crazy is that? That's everybody. That's the kind of place Australia is. It's so big and vast and open, yet you'll meet people that either know someone in your family or sort of you co-inhabited the same space. That's like given the size of the US and where Grandma Kale is currently, as to where I am currently, that would be like distance wise, that would be sort of I would be in Seattle. Grandma Cal would be sort of Las Vegas, Nevada area distance wise. Now her being in Seattle and me being in Seattle and her being in sort of Nevada-ish area, I would have been from around that same region, a little bit further west, I would think. But as far as distance goes, yeah, we are talking about a place that would be probably the equivalent of I want to say Detroit. Let me just check. US. Is it East Coast or West Coast? West Coast. California, Oregon, Washington. Yeah. So, do we have a map? So, oh no, you'd be more Southern California area, around Joshua Tree, and the spot that we'd be talking about would probably be around Yosemite, distance wise, I would think, or Oregon, Yosemite or Oregon, somewhere around there. We do live in a small world, absolutely. crazy business. But yeah, I met the local dingo Scar, and we became buddies. Um, this is before the internet, so there's probably a million Polaroid photos kicking around somewhere of a younger version of myself. Um, being photographed patting a dingo and a dingo like sitting right here kind of thing. um, I never actually got one myself. I never got anyone to take one for me. I should have. But yeah, I was on the island when the two young boys got attacked by dingoes, and the subsequent dingo fencing, and every time something happens with dingoes, people go, "Oh, we need to kill them." No, we don't need to kill them. We need to respect them and keep out of their damn way, and stop locking them out of food areas and hunting grounds. And maybe if you want them to stop attacking people, feed them. I am painting. This is Goblin City from BlackCrow Miniatures. And this is a competition piece for my first national level competition, which is the Crimson Brush, which is happening in January. This will also be making its way to, pardon me, the other competitions in the state. This is one of two competition pieces that I'm working on. And I've removed the other figures while I'm working on the background because we need to do some work to the background to bring it up to the standard of the foreground. Unfortunately, I can't show you the foreground because it's in a million bits. Same as the deal with elk in my area. Ah, interesting. I didn't think elk would be. Is there many like accidents involving elk? I mean, I thought that the biggest accident would be them being hit by cars and such. Or do people get mauled? It's not something that you hear about. Me and my fellow wildlife people want the state to build an underpass so the cars don't hit the elk, because that happens. Elk have gotten used to cars. The underpass is beyond expensive. We have nature corridors and stuff around our highways and bits and pieces, but yeah, kangaroos really, really, really mess up vehicles. It's something that keeps happening. But we also have these little wildlife things. So, like when you're driving down the highway, you'll see what looks like a power line, but it's not. It goes up from the ground on one side, pole, run across, pole, down to the other side, and it's sort of like a tube or a chain link thing that the smaller animals can crawl across. Unfortunately, kangaroos aren't known for their climbing ability, so like neither are koalas, yes, but not so much. When they're moving areas, they usually do so via ground because their eyesight is terrible, and they have sort of a bird homing sense for territory and regions and bits and pieces. and they usually do that via the ground. So during mating season, things and migration season and stuff, koalas will move along the ground. Elk bulls don't eat or drink during rut season, like at all. Oh wow, that's crazy. Um, so we have we have little designated corridors on roads. We've actually got a few around where I live here because this is a area that koalas habitat in, or it's a koala habitat. Cause them to focus on mating and less on survival. Same with deer, one track mind kind of thing. Yep, got it. Same with koalas actually, horny little buggers. So we'll have, you know how school zones have speed limits and have speed limit signs and flashy lights and stuff if you're going too fast? We have those on heavily wooded areas. And certain times of day, certain speed limits are enforced with these little LED signs. It's got sort of the sign and it's got an LED picture. And it tells you if it's joey season, baby koalas. And if it's joey season, then mothers are usually like out and about on the ground, crossing roads and stuff. So you'll have these little signs that go, hey, you're going too fast, slow down, flashy, 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 slow down in big red letters. You're in a koala zone and it's between the hours of blah, blah. Slow down or you'll hurt the furry little critters. So that's a good thing. I think those are good things, and I when I was driving, I would adhere to them because nothing worse than killing a national icon. Especially when you're just trying to get home from work. So we have those. We also have them for kangaroos and stuff, but not so much. They're more out on the bigger roads. Someone invented these little high-pitched ultrasonic whistles that you put on your cars in various places. So as your car's doing speed down an international or one of the national highways, so 100 or 110, depending on where you are, or in some places in the Central Territories, a little bit more than that again. The wind passes through these whistles, creates an ultrasonic sound that is not perceptible to humans, but kangaroos hear it, and they generally keep away from the roads when people have those whistles on their cars. However, if you've ever seen the effects of a kangaroo hitting a car, well, it's very similar to an elk hitting a car. I would recommend. I would think. My wife didn't hit, but was hit, i.e., a kangaroo jumped into her car while she was out doing her work. She used to work for a training organization and sort of sign up trainees and bits and pieces. And it was a work car, wrote off like the front panel of it completely. Skunks are also unfortunately killed by cars. They don't run as fast and their eyesight is worse. I know what you mean by those high-pitched whistles. People use them for deer. Ah, well, there you go. But, yeah, sometimes the animals just don't pay attention. Also, that happens. But yes, lots of animals everywhere. We have a blue-tongued lizard who cohabitates our property. or a couple of blue-tongued lizards, I should say. The dog does not like them. But yes, we have possums, which is funny. Bats, or fruit bats, so not actual bats. They're a different genus. And it's recently been their mating season, so you hear them fighting like screaming babies. Spinning another house. What about Neil? Who's Neil? What? Neil? What's a Neil? What are you what are you speaking of? You have to tell me now. Who is this Neil? Neil this oh. He's more down south. Neil is a national treasure. Our possums are cute. They stink, but they are cute. And they make some horrible noises. We have two main types of possum here in Australia. We have the ringtail. We have the brushtail. Both of them stink. They like to inhabit roofs, pee everywhere, be food for carpet snakes, who also like to inhabit roofs. He has to have a security team. He does have to have a security team. Mainly for himself. He gets into trouble a lot. But yeah, the possums here can be problematic. That one, that one, that one, that one. That's the one that's the problem. Here they are pretty much just roadkill. Well, the possums here have learnt that that if you climb on the telephone lines, you're generally a lot safer moving between houses and stuff. But they will inhabit the roofs and vermin and yeah. Now, we're just trying to pick out some areas, sort of upper central. Well, we see over here on social media, we see people with pet raccoons and opossums and stuff all the time. And yeah, it's opossums are just, they look dangerous. They look not like the kind of thing that would like belly rubs, but they like belly rubs. You just need to get past the whole "I'm gonna eat your face while you sleep" look about them. I mean, that's like having a pet Tasmanian devil over here. Apart from the syphilis, which is prevalent, rampant in them even, they don't seem like the kind of animal that would be a good pet as such. Now, we're going to have to do people here in the Appalachian make it their life's mission to kill black snakes, which are immune to venomous snakes. Black snakes are non-venomous and eat venomous snakes. Well, that seems counterproductive. Let me just blow my nose. Now, one animal I've always wanted to have as a pet is a ferret, or an ermine, or a one of those types of animals. He says, using a Kolinsky sable paintbrush. Dum, da, dum, da, dum. Oh, too much. People here are lurking. Folks scared of them here. I don't know why. We have cute little ringtail possums here. Even made a home in our ceiling while nesting trees and tease huskies. Very. Where do they start rooting in your roof? You won't think they're cute then. Even screaming their dulcet and loving tones at 3 o'clock in the morning. Demented baby screams of possums. Just heard someone out front. Hang on. Bear with me. Oh no, just walked past. Oh, good. I did that. Baby's tea. Culture around snakes. Evidence there's not common knowledge anymore that a snake with a round head is not venomous. Snakes with a triangular head are venomous. This is true. A lot of people don't know that, which is unfortunate. And I think it should be a thing that you get taught about the animals in your region in school. Like mandatorily. So because if people were taught how to respect dingoes and how to not invade their personal space as much as we do, same with snakes, same with crocodiles, same with emus. Emus are bloody dangerous. I don't know whose idea it was to try and sort of think that anything good could come from training a damn emu. We also have cassowaries, very large, very beautiful bird that will kill you given the opportunity. And I'm not messing around. Those things are lethal. Alright, we go fishing a lot. We learn about snakes. Grew up in a rural area with 5 species of poisonous snakes. Never bit anyone. Found them. And we found ways not to upset them. Exactly. It's not hard to do. No pro. Pointy head. Do not disturb. Simples. You're not going to see a shark in the woods. Well, then again, it is the Appalachian Mountains. Until I heard somebody actually mention the Appalachians by name, I always thought they were called the Alpacan. The Alpacan Mountains. What a weird name for a place. Appalachian? Said what now? One thing about Australia shocked me was when I was talking most. Yep, that's true. That is true. We dissected toads, yet no toads where we lived. Well, got an auto mod. I just let it through. Yeah, we dissected rats and we did. What was it? We did rats. We did toads. Um, cow's eyes. But yeah, we have one of the deadliest snakes on the planet here in Queensland, or two actually. One of them is a sea snake, and that is the olive-headed sea snake. And I have picked one of those bad boys up, and they are not to be messed with. One was making its way down the beach, and the four-wheel drive I was in like I said, stop. We need to get this snake off the beach because it's a endangered species, and they are, and it needs to get back to the ocean. So we stopped the bus. A million photos later, I got out and I picked up this snake. and took it back to the ocean and threw it back in. The problem with the olive-headed sea snake is its teeth are really small. It's pronounced either... What? No! It's pronounced either way, so it can be the Appalachian or the Alpacian? You're kidding. If that's not a faux pas of the English language, I don't know what is. Why do I feel like all of Australia is just Jurassic Park? Because of the isolation of the country. My sister did nursing on a visa in California for 3 years. She told people that koalas operated traffic lights, kangaroos control traffic and directions, wombats make speed humps, Tassie devils scare the buggers away. Some believed her. The amount that... One of the things I found out about Australians, or... Oh, okay. Interesting. That's really weird. But I'm going to keep pronouncing it Appalachian because now I know how it's actually said. I will say it correctly. But yeah, we as Australians, our demeanor, our cultural, not understanding, but our cultural projection onto the rest of the world. Appalachia, lack as in lack. But we have the ability to egg people on, and like we can push the envelope of believability. Like we can sell a lie really, really well. So much so, when I was working in backpacker hostels, when I was very young, when I was 16, 17, I was working in the kitchen and behind a bar of a resort called Koalas. Like with the as in change, latch. And I started this rumor that the reason aero bars, like the bars, bubbles of nothing, mint chocolate, they did other flavors, mint was far superior than anything else. I will not be taking questions. That the reason aero bars were so expensive per weight, or per their weight, was because the bubbles in the aero bars were pure Swiss air. Even though aero bars aren't made in Switzerland, they have nothing to do with that country whatsoever. Yet, strangely enough, a few years later, working in a completely different part of Australia, still hospitality, I heard someone mention it to someone, and I had a private little giggle. And I'm like, something an Australian said has made its way somewhere, and they were completely different, like from a completely different country. And I said that. I said, "Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's interesting." I was with a Swiss friend, and she's just looked me dead in the eyes and said, "That's bullshit, and you know it." And I'm like, but that's what we're like. That's what we are like as a culture, as a country. Yes, we are heavily racist. I will be the first to admit that. We are a little bit backwards as well. But predominantly, most of us are above the level of a Neanderthal, and we know how to take a joke and know how to have a good time. That being said, there are people in our country who you do not cross and do not mess with. And for very good reason. um, one of our nation's treasures, and he is a national treasure because of what Australia is in the world and its place in the world. We are a very young country, um, sort of only getting to about, like, US is having its 250th anniversary of becoming the US of A, i.e., separation from the British. Certain tree in Appalachia that's basically extinct thanks to a Japanese beetle that eats the wood. Oh wow, that's interesting. Hmm. Um, we have lots of stuff like that. Unfortunately, we have, like, being a colony, and we are still very much a colony, regardless of what anybody says. Um, we were a dumping ground for a lot of things and a lot of people and a lot of countries. Hence the reason we have introduced species, camels, foxes, the cane toad, koi, not koi, carp, river carp, which are an offshoot species of koi, or the other way around. Foxes, rabbits, camels, cane toads, many invasive species of plant and fish and prawns, like sort of water crayfish, things like that, um, have all been introduced and have been introduced for the sole purpose of either eradicating another pest or hunting for rich people. Um, well, we had our celebration of colonization. Not necessarily a good thing, given the Aboriginal heritage of the area. The invasion, as they like to refer to it as, which it very much was. Um, 1788. So 1988, we had our 200th anniversary, and we had an expo, like a big convention here in Brisbane, and like the whole South Bank region of Brisbane was built for this particular thing, convention centres and um, other things. Of course, convict settlements. I'm a convict. I'm a convict too. I am of Irish origin. I am also of English origin, but my father migrated here later in life. He is from Leeds, but my family is from County Kerry Killarney originally in Ireland. We were actually a little bit. We had some part of our family on the First Fleet, but we also migrated later on. I am a fourth generation Irish Australian, second generation English Australian. So it's like, yeah. Our family were almost nobles in Ireland originally, before bad stuff happened and they were shipped out here. Colonizations. I'm Irish, Scottish, English, Norwegian. Oh, well, there you go. I am, in order, English, Irish, Dutch, German, Greek, and Scandinavian. um, so yes, I have. We have done genealogy and stuff, and I think I'm something like 15 or 16% Viking stock. So yay! I am a large mix. Yeah, I So my mother's side is the Irish, German, and Greek, and the rest is from my father's side. So yeah, there's we call our family line the Heinz 57 varieties. I want a Maine Coon so bad. Oh, did you just see my video of Panda, my Maine Coon cat? Yeah, he's. I'm surprised he hasn't come to visit me today. Normally he pops in and sort of meows for me to pick him up and reluctantly appears on stream and then disappears again. But yeah, he is. We have two Maine Coons. We have Panda and Boomkin. Boomkin, as in World of Warcraft, Boomkin. And Panda, as in Red Panda, but he's an orange bastard. So if he comes in and he meows, I'll pick him up and you can see him. Mum's great grandfather is Norwegian. Free settlers in the mining era near Ballarat. Two of his sons moved to Tasmania. I'm descended from one of them. There you go. I want to get one and name him Bjorn. Bjorn. Well, my orange cat Panda looks remarkably like Ron Perlman. However, we previously owned an orange cat named Ron, so we couldn't name a second orange cat Ron. But yeah, we have two cats, a dog, a bird, and a... what is it? A Darwin albino python. And her name is Aphmau. That's my son's snake. Oh, and shrimp. We have shrimp as well. But yeah, we do like our animals here. Ron from Hellboy. Yes, Ron from Hellboy. I am a big Hellboy fan, by the way. And Froggenstein. Thank you very much for the stream, mate. I hope you are well. Welcome. I have four. You have 4 donkeys. Well, we're talking about everything here today. We should be painting, but screw that. Getting a little bit done here and there. But for those folks that have just rocked in with Froggenstein, I am Justin. This is Critical Paint Studios. I just hit my follower goal. Oh, Notorious MK3, thank you very much for the follow. We just hit 340 followers. And thank you very much for the happy birthday. With over 350 document case, at least 20 years on. Wow! My friend, I don't get to raid you very often and figured it would be cool since it's your birthday. Thank you. I am, as I was saying, I am a multi-award winning miniature painter from Brisbane, or residing in Brisbane, Australia. We are currently working on the amount of times I've said it, and I forget it every single time. Goblin City from BlackCrow Miniatures. And this is going to be one of a couple of competition pieces for this year's competition circuit. But hopefully this is going to be one of the pinnacle entries for my very first national level competition, which is held in January in 2027 in a wee little place called Canberra at an event called the Crimson Brush. I am in the process of crowdfunding donations and bits and pieces to get myself there, because it is a far way away and it's going to cost me quite a bit of money. And being medically problematic is probably the best way to put it. I won't be able to fly down. So we're going to be driving and making a little bit of a holiday of it. So I've got the donation link down below there. A little or a lot will help me on my way. Any amount is much appreciated. And if you like what I do, you like what you see, drop a follow. They're free. Any donations, any subscriptions, anything like that, everything is going into that fund to help get me to Canberra for the comp. So I would show you the rest of this piece, except earlier on stream, and I'll be making a video of that, I broke it. So I need to glue it all back together and fix up the glue points. Thank you all very much for the birthday greetings and stuff. I am Big E. Big E. Big E? Who's Big E? Einstein? Aaron Eckhart? Erebus. Heresy. Oh, the Emperor. Aha. So I was getting close with the Erebus mark. But yes, those people tuning in, we are working on this Goblin City one. We're just getting to the final processes and stages of it at the moment. I'm just trying to fix up a few little spots on the background so we can have it blend in to the rest of the piece. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about anything related to, well, related to food, miniature painting, life in Australia, I'm more than happy to help out with anything. We provide tutorials and breakdowns of techniques and stuff. And any stuff we do on stream gets done into little short form videos. Oh, my wife just got home. Glad I found your stream. Hopefully catch you again. It's bedtime for me because of work tomorrow. No problem at all. Thank you very much for hanging out. It's just Z. And I hope to catch you again. But we're just working up our background a little bit. so we can get sort of a little bit more definition across it. Now, if you join down the bottom, there's a link to my Discord. Under the painting progress section, you'll see the whole piece in its entirety. And you'll see the black and white photos there as well. So we're just concentrating mainly on the white background one and bringing up our overall definition and luminosity across the background, so it fits in a little bit better. It's looking a bit drab and washed out at the moment. Yeah, same actually. I saw your stream on my recommended. Figured I'd chill while I do some homework. Gotta hop off until tomorrow. Happy birthday. Ah, thank you very much, Sheepish. I got an ad kicking off. Oh, this mechanic. I didn't see yours there. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. I am 46 today. Feeling every second of it, I assure you. We've now been streaming for 4.5 hours. I wasn't planning on going this long, but y'all people are beautiful and a pleasure to talk to, so I thought I'd hang around. Didn't really have any plans as such today, so I'm happy to kick on with you guys. However, fatigue is starting to take a hold, so I may need to stop and have something to eat. But please drop a follow, and if you really like me, you can use Amazon Prime subscription to help support the channel. And every cent goes into the kitty to help get me to Crimson Brush. Now, our next step in what we're doing here will be doing our rooftops. That might be next stream, which is tomorrow, and it's an evening stream tomorrow, so this was a morning stream. Next one will be tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So, depending on where you are in the world, that may be a bit unobtainable for some. But if you are about, let's hang out. Just making sure our light is sitting correctly. Just bear with me for a moment. Yeah. So now it's just definition. A couple of these spots we're going to need to bring in just a touch of white, just to make sure it has that break that we need between our layers, so it doesn't all muddy together. Making sure we hit all of those edges and ridges. Just so we've got that definition. I'm going to have to angle this out of the shot for a moment, so I'll go back to this camera just so I can get some of these other angles in. My body is definitely telling me that we're getting to the end of stream. A little bit more. And then we'll call it a day, I think. So I think that's a good place to call it for today. Where are we at? Oh. So, thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. And thank you very much to everyone for the birthday wishes. Thank you for new follows. Thank you for hitting 340 followers, which is awesome. Thank you for the donations as well. Now, we're going to have a look and see who's on. Let me reload this. Six off, Fessy, Eva, Sleep Wolf, Real, School, Kodiak, Froggy, Collard. Let's have a look. Now, I won't be able to push the folks over on YouTube over. Don't know many people on here at the moment. Let me just see what happens if I bring up the raid menu and following same category. So it seems like the only person we've got there is you there. You there is here. I don't really know them that well. So what we might do is just call it a day there, and you can go off and do whatever your heart's content. I'm going to grab something to eat, lay down for a minute. But thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. And our next stream, as I said, is 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, which is what time is it now? So 4 hours from now, tomorrow. So if you want to hang out with me, you're more than happy to. I don't mind either way. And I will see you all tomorrow. This is Justin from Critical Pain Studios signing off and wishing you all a wonderful day. I'm headed. Oh, Mr. Pigments, you are here. Hello. Yes, we've been talking about your paints and stuff today. So have a wonderful day, evening, seeing as you're off to bed. And I'll catch you all later on. Peace out.